Alright. Let's hope this works. I'm gonna go over to my YouTube. See if... Oh? Let's hope this works. Yes, alright. Okay. Now I just gotta send this to all of y'all. Where are you? Open up the Discord. Okay. Hi, Mary. Can you hear me? Okay, are we back? Are we back? Yes, we're back. Excellent. Okay. Sorry about that. The screen went to sleep. I have to be careful of that. Hi, Washboard. Okay. Okay. Yeah. How's everybody doing? Good to see y'all. Let's see. That's not the one I'm looking for. What am I looking for? That's what it is. There we go. It's been forever since I've done this. Mary Potash. Oh! Your name does have Poe in a very prominent place. Snacks and fanfic? Heck yeah. Aww. Better than I deserve, and it's almost board bedtime, which is a blessing. Excellent. Let's see. I'm about to put some laundry in. Yeah, you put that laundry in, Mary. Small child is freaking out about the train noises. Yeah, I do live fairly close to a train. You're welcome, small child. Bound in, hey! Hi, princess! Potash. Potash, potash. Oh, yeah, I can see how that would happen. Well. Small child might be the one person in the entire world who would be happy to be woken up in the middle of the night by train noises. Which piece am I working on? As per request, we're working on my rendition of the still from the musical. Sam's sweet little face, heck yeah. Hi, Valkyrie! What were you writing, Valkyrie? Was it one of your fanfics? Hey, May's here! Hi! I think my brush size might be a bit too thick here. Let's find out. Yeah, I don't like that. All right. Try again. Windmill's here, hi! The obsolescence threat. Oh yeah, I remember you talking about that. I had a practicum at a daycare once. It was right by a fire station. Every time a fire truck made the noise, all the kids would scream. What does that mean, Bounden? Is that just funky kid noises? Yeah, or is it fire truck noise in German? Oh, that's cool. Like wee woo. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I am liking this brush thickness much better. Okay, Valkyrie, sounds good. Do you usually have a preference for the digital/sketch versions of your drawings? You're asking which one I like better. I like them both for different reasons. Definitely the sketches are quicker and easier to produce. But I do like... I'm always really proud of the digital stuff when it's done. We're still talking about fire truck noises. So yeah, I honestly like both of them. It's not really one that I like better than the other. Good classic both. Both is good. Hey, Effie! Welcome, Effie. Yes, we do. The both meme is a staple of Fig Tree humor, I think. Has been since its inception. If I use a pressurized brush, it'll look a teensy bit fancier. I figured... I like the syrup brush. You're saying like one that the size differentiates with pressure? Because this one sort of does. But I'm just working with such a small brush right now that I don't think it makes a whole lot of difference. Yeah, that's true. I think it's gonna be okay for now. I do appreciate the advice, but I think this will be fine for now, because like you see... Well, let's see here. I swear the syrup brush like did that a little bit. See, you can kind of see it there. But I think because it's such a small pen size right now that it doesn't really... or maybe not. Whoops. Don't want to do that. Okay, washboard. Well, we'll still be here when you get back. There's definitely a little bit of a taper to the syrup pen. I mostly just like how clean the lines are for this one, and it like the delay as I draw feels good. There is an ant on my bed. Hey, you. Get off. Okay. Oh, CSP, that's Clip Studio Paint. I've heard of Clip Studio Paint. I've heard it's really good. But yeah, Procreate's really, really easy. Let's see, where do I want to go next? Let's go here. Definitely there are like, I first started digital drawing in GIMP, and GIMP, sucks. But it has a lot of functions, because it's desktop. But so I kind of felt, when I started with Procreate, I could kind of feel like, oh, you know, I don't have this option or that other option, and that kind of sucks. But in general, Procreate's really easy to use. It's pretty much got everything that you need. At least it wasn't a fire ant. You know what? We don't really get a lot of fire ants around where I am. I don't know if that it's gonna dox me or anything, tell you where in the country I live, but no, it was just a carpenter ant. Ooh, what's everyone else doing? I'm compiling a long list of fic recs for my friend who asked for some to read on spring break. Awesome! That sounds fun. Clip Studio is great, but it takes ages to learn how to use. Yeah. Your dad uses GIMP? Yeah, it's okay. Like, for a free program, it's not that bad. But it is terrible if you are drawing with a mouse, I'll say that. May's gonna have ramen. That sounds great. It's what my friend used to make that glorious poster of the musical in the style of the movie poster. Cool. I live in Alaska. I cannot confirm or deny either way, Bounden. I cannot confirm or deny. You have a... Oh no. Fire ant nest. Oh man. Krita. Yeah. From what I've seen, like when you showed me while you were drawing May, Krita looks pretty nice. From Turin Turambar brain rot to Telemachus brain rot. I love the pipeline here. I'm multitasking watching this and figuring out how to kill people in this chapter of my novel. Isn't writing just wonderful? Writers say things that would get anybody on watch lists. I love it. Yeah, if you got an old computer, that would do it too, May. True, what is life without a little brain rot? That's why we're all here, right? Lord of the Rings brain rot. I had a thought. What was it? Oh, yeah. Talking about fire ants. I have been to Honduras on a missions trip twice. And I remember one time, there's this really great orphanage there. Well, they call it an orphanage, but normally when we say orphanage, we're thinking like the kids are going to get adopted at some point, right? But it's a couple from America, and they actually straight up adopted like 50 of the kids that the people in Honduras don't want. Like, there's no welfare kind of thing for people in Honduras. If you have a kid and you don't want the kid, then either the kid's going to end up in one of the gangs, or like you're going to drop them off a bridge somewhere, which has actually happened to one of the kids who lives there, and that's really, really horrific. But the point is, this couple takes them in, like adopts them, and they live on this compound with like it looks like a prison because it's just concrete walls, like concrete rooms, and we painted those concrete rooms. They were like ovens in 100-degree weather. It was awful, and it was one of the best things I've ever done. But all of that to say, when we were there, I remember they had these little like plastic chairs set up by one of the buildings, and I remember I sat down on one of them and invited one of the kids to come sit down next to me. And the next thing I know, the kid jumps up and starts yelling, and I'm like, what is it? You know, and he speaks Spanish, and I don't speak Spanish, so, or at least not much Spanish, so I couldn't tell what he was saying. But turns out he'd plonked the leg of the chair straight onto a little fire ant nest, and they were crawling all up and biting him, poor thing, like they were getting at his ankles. And I was like, oh my word, I am so sorry. And I was like, no, that's sad. But he was all right. If you guys are susceptible to LTR brain rot, what specific flavor of LTR brain rot are you currently suffering from? I mean, I'm always suffering from Hobbit brain rot. I don't know about the rest of you guys. Oh, sounds like there's a story behind this, Valkyrie. Lately, it's been specifically musical Hobbit brain rot. Thanks, Mary. That's your fault. That's awesome, Washboard. Well, in that case, this piece is quite applicable, isn't it? Let's see how we're doing. Definitely think I'm gonna redo his face here. Elf wife brain rot. Heck yeah. Okay, what about 4? Oh. I'm reading your story here, Valkyrie. Still is Stinky Pond water, baby. 1 of 3 bathed. Woohoo! 1 destinkified child. Let me see. No. That's better. I just needed to use a smaller pen size for Sam's facial features. Holy cow, Valkyrie. Yeah, that's that would definitely teach me a lesson. So I guess, like, they'd made a nest right under the basketball court. Yeah, that does not sound fun. I think that was also the day I became aware of bugs. I like the capitalization there, that's funny. Oh my word, obey or we will feed you to the fire ants. Yeah, I mean... Wait, which Tim Hawkins song are you referencing, May? Did Tim Hawkins? Oh my word, am I forgetting something here? Am I forgetting a Tim Hawkins song? No. Oh, I'm gonna have to look this up, man. I'm gonna have to look this up after the live stream. No, wait. Starting to remember now. Was that... Did he, like, do it in the style of heavy metal? I'm starting to remember something this now. It's a song his son wrote and then he performed it. You know what? I am remembering. I'm remembering. You got it. You have activated the Tim Hawkins memories. I was going to say repressed memories, but I didn't repress them on purpose. I really like Tim Hawkins. I just forgot. That's right. Oh, little caterpillar, yours is sweet, but I'm gonna feed you to the fire ants. Kids are brutal, man. Brutal. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen any of Tim Hawkins' stuff. Aside from, you know, the Christian cuss words video. That got referenced fairly recently, so got a good refresh on that one. Why pay to see a comedian when you can just hang out with kids for free? That's so true. I swear we have a DVD of Tim Hawkins around here somewhere. Because I know for a fact I've seen the same one, like, over and over again, which usually means we've got a DVD of it, and I just plonked my little autistic self down in front of the TV and watched the same things over and over and over again. Smallest child has requested Cat in the Moon for her first lullaby today. I swear I made a joke about this. I did. I made a joke about Frodo in the Magnolia AU trying to sing Cat in the Moon for a lullaby, and it didn't go well. So, Good luck, Washboard. Yeah, May, it's a Lord of the Rings thing. So in the books, when they go to the tavern at Bree, there is a part where Frodo tries to distract the locals with a song. And the song is like an extended version of the Hey Diddle Diddle nursery rhyme. And the musical has a great, absolutely fantastic rendition of that song. Aw, Stare Day instead of Starin' Day. That's so cute. And then he uses the ring. That's right. He's dancing around, singing this really upbeat song. That's why we're laughing, because how do you turn an upbeat song like that into a lullaby? But he's dancing around singing this song, and then he's got his hand in his pocket, and he trips and falls, and the ring slips on his finger because it's got a mind of his own. Yeah. Oh yeah, hi Treasure. When did you slip in here? And then everything is awkward. Yes, it is very awkward. And Strider goes, "That was not very smart, my dude." There's also a great version of that song in the Finnish version. The violins are divine. Ooh. Might have to check that out. Always have been. Yep. Can't take it serious. I can't take the Finnish version as seriously as I want to because of that one gif of Gandalf falling. I have not seen this. I'm very curious now. Yes! The Leonard Nimoy Bilbo Baggins song! Okay, guys. This is going to be a preview that's probably, like, years in advance. But if I ever actually get through my reread through of Lord of the Rings, and finish the Frodo with Glasses blog like I want to, do art for all the chapters like I want to, I want to do Bilbo with Glasses, right? And the first post on Bilbo with Glasses is gonna be the Leonard Nimoy Bilbo song. I have already decided this. Yes, I do want to see this GIF. Hang on, let me go grab my phone so I can see this. Finnish version is very weird in lots of ways. I take the good with the bad. Yeah, that makes sense. Is that the live action or is it animated? Is in the meme channel. Okay, memes. Oh my. Wow, he's Bean! Ah, that's when you slipped in, Treasure. Alright, good to see ya. The GIF is still looping for me, oh my word. Yeah, you will never be the same after seeing Spock sing about Bilbo Baggins. And man, the music video is so full of bowl cuts. Everybody in the music video has a bowl cut. It's horrendous. I love it. Live action Finnish version. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense now that I'm looking at the GIF here. It's like, whoo! Those are those are some special effects, all right. Yeah, bravest little hobbit. Let me see. Very 60s people being very 60s. Yes. For sure. LGR, but the Hobbits are played by the Beatles. Didn't that almost happen? Didn't the Beatles, like, want to make a movie of The Hobbit? Well, or a movie of Lord of the Rings or something, and Tolkien was like, abso-freaking-lutely not? I swear I read somewhere that happened. Which Beetle is which Hobbit? This sounds like exactly the kind of thing we would discuss on the Discord for like 2 hours. The thing is that I don't know the Beatles very well, so I can't really say. But Ringo is a very hobbitish name. Stanley Kubrick. The Beatles actually proposed this once, but Tolkien vetoed them because he was not a fan of the Beatles. Yep. Tolkien did not like the Beatles, which is the funniest thing to me. May's been looking at the GIF so long it's making her cough. Man, you're just starting to get over that cough. Try to take it easy. Based Tolkien. I mean, I don't hate the Beatles. Their stuff's fine, I guess. I wouldn't listen to it. Like, would make my playlists out of it, but it's like, oh, okay. John was gonna be Gollum. Seriously? Is that a real thing? Finnish version has Gollum and Aragorn played by the same actor, and this is the version with Mullet Sam and Samurai Boromir. That's right. And like when you see Merry and Pippin at the end of the film, like all of a sudden Pippin is wearing samurai armor as well, right? I think I've seen like a clip of it somewhere. It's probably one of you guys that shared it. The Beatles are important to music. Underwater Garden is good, but everything else is not to my taste. Yeah, fair enough. Paul and Ringo wanted to be Frodo and Sam. George wanted to be Gandalf, and John was gonna be Gollum. That's incredible. Samurai Pippin AU. You know what? Have you guys seen, I don't know, like, for those of you who are on Tumblr, there's somebody who did Lord of the Rings, but if it was, you know, like feudal Japan, and it actually looks sick as heck. It looks amazing. I think Eowyn especially looks so cool, and I would absolutely love to see Samurai Pippin in that AU. Yeah, everybody's seen it. Nice. The round hobbit doors work because that's a similar architectural feature. Does Japan use round doors? I gotta look this up now. You guys are teaching me so many things today. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep, those be some circular doors, all right. Washboard has 2 of 3 stinky pond water babies bathed. Woo! Oh, we are getting a lot of very zoomed in feet this stream. You're getting a lot of very zoomed in everything. Because I have to draw everything. It's not just the feet. Though they are there. Speaking of the musical, the boardlets are now also tired and cold. But yeah, that... Oop. The tired and cold hive mind comes for us all. I love that it's become such a meme on the server. Like, you wouldn't think it would be so applicable, but it really is. Does Bard the Bowman say he's tired and cold when he comes back to Lake Town with dwarves and barrels, or am I making that up? Those of you who've read The Hobbit, help us out here. I mean, I would believe it. Love the little pockets on their waistcoats. Thank you. Fun fact about that. You'll notice that Sam always has his pockets low down right there, whereas Merry always has his pockets higher up. That was something that I kind of waffled on back and forth when I was first coming up with their designs, but I eventually settled on Merry having the pockets higher up because it looks to me like a fishing vest. And I wanted Merry to be more associated with the water because he's the river hobbit. So he's got high up pockets. Little pockets are an important part of any waistcoat. Yeah. Aw, thank you, May. Millennial versus Gen Z gene trends. What do you... You're gonna have to explain that one, Effie. I don't get it. It makes Merry look like a dad. Good! He is the dad friend. Boats, yes. Pocket lore. Aww. I did not know it would be getting pocket lore tonight, but I am actually thrilled with this information. I'm glad. Welcome to the stream. Today we're getting lore about pockets. High-rise pockets versus low-rise pockets. Millennials are into low-rider jeans, whereas Gen Z likes high-waisted jeans. Got it. Okay. I did not know that. My fashion sense has not changed in the last 10 years. Maybe more. So, it's all jeans and t-shirts to me. Which is why the, Mary's PowerPoint on the fashion of the 1800s was very educational, because I was like, I am learning a thing. I had no idea about any of this. Oh, I'm on board. I have rambled to you about your version of Pippin a lot, but I love him. I love his freckles and his nose and just everything about him, just so you're aware. That's so sweet. Thank you, Mom Board. It's really, really hard to describe, like, how happy it makes me when you guys, like, see the teeny tiny little details in the character designs, because, likelier than not, I have absolutely overthought those character designs. And the little things, like his freckles, and The fact that his nose is upturned like that. Yes, those are all conscious decisions. And it makes me so happy when people recognize them. We are still having the gene discourse. Gene discourse. Ooh, I can talk. I like high-waisted jeans because I have an extremely short torso. Ferb from Phineas and Ferb intensifies. Washboard is anti-low-rise jeans. Yeah, high-risers are nice because you can lift your arms over your head and you don't have to worry about your jeans sitting so low on your hips that, like, your underwear is going to show or anything. That's my only opinion on them. Yeah, they are comfy. Yes, I do have my windows open. Can you tell? There's probably birdsong coming through and, like, the dog barking. Aww. Yes, we get birdsong, we get dogs barking, we get train noises. It's one of the first really nice days that we've had so far this year. So I'm airing my room out. Oh, so do you wear skirts instead, Valkyrie? Yeah, amen, May. Pockets. You know what? The pockets on my work pants are so much bigger than the pockets on my normal jeans. I can fit my whole phone into the pockets on my work pants and it just disappears. I have a huge, like, box cutter knife and it just disappears into the pockets and it's like, well, how come I can't have this in my normal day-to-day life? All girls want are functional pockets. We've got skirt gang going. Valkyrie, I'd love to see you start a fashion line. A need for pockets is a big reason why you wear aprons. That makes sense. May's like, 'cause women don't want pockets. They have purses. Yeah, well, we wouldn't need purses if we had pockets. Did you consider that? Big companies? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And they want to sell purses, and so they're going to make our pockets small. It's all conspiracy. Pocket conspiracy. Women back in the day had detachable pockets for inside their skirts. I didn't know that. By denying us pockets, they can fill their pockets. Yeah, that's right. Couldn't be summed up better. Need that on a t-shirt. That can be in your fashion line, Valkyrie. I'm very interested to hear the end of the story, Effie. It was a little bag on lace they could tie around their waist, and the skirts had slits on the sides to reach through. I did not know that. Yeah, definitely, Valkyrie. I'll bet there's definitely a market for that. There are going to be a lot of people like you who want exactly that same thing. It's like, if you can make it work, go for it. Yeah, Effie, I think you might have gotten cut off there. Funding for Valkyrie's fashion line begins now. Yeah. Hey, there's a bunch of us. If we put our heads together, our heads in our wallets, we could give her a good start. He said, I don't want to be explicit, but girls have purses. Yeah, that is a weird thing to say. Not sure I get where he was going with that either. I'm moving into homeschool mom fashion, jean skirts and t-shirts. Yeah. I've seen a lot of those. Oh, more ambient noises. Yeah, that makes sense, Valkyrie. Yes, bound in church bells. I think it's the Catholic school that's near here. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, this one goes off, yeah, this hour and at noon, pretty much every day. Oh, that sounds lovely, Treasure. That's okay, Windmill. Another small detail, I don't know if anyone's ever noticed it, but one side of Pippin's collar is always a little bit flat. You know, it doesn't have that nice arc like that. It's just lying down flat. He also always has one half of his shirt untucked, and if you can see his pockets, usually one of the pockets is untucked out of his pants as well. I love that we're still gushing about church bells. That's awesome. Schlumpy baby boy. That is for sure. Whatever the opposite of put together is, that's Pippin. There were bells at my college that played all sorts of tunes, including Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, and Zelda music. That rocks! Your school is full of nerds. That's great. Bounden is always forgetting to tuck pants pockets in as well. I don't usually have that problem, but once again, because they're tiny, don't tend to put a lot of things in my pockets. Test drive. From How to Train Your Dragon? Yes, from How to Train Your Dragon? That's so cool. Whoops. Oh, that's awesome. I too would geek out and die. And one time a friend of mine who was just a nut played All-Star. That's awesome. Did you ever rickroll the whole campus or anything like that? My friend was in a handbell choir and they did a medley of Les Mis songs once and called it Do You Hear the People Ring? That's awesome. I don't even know what he was supposed to be practicing at that time, but then I heard All Star and was like, ah, yes, there he is. Ah, that's good. He sounds fun. He sounds like he's a blast to be around. Handbells are cool. I played handbells with our homeschool co-op for several years, actually. I still remember the golden rule: never clink the bells together. Always put them on your shirt when you were done ringing them so that they don't clink together. And we were forbidden from wearing buttons on our clothes because the bells might hit the buttons and that would damage them. Is that a big homeschool thing? Because so did my husband's family. Maybe. I don't know. Handbells are one of those things. It's like, I imagine as musical instruments go, they're not too expensive. And then you want to, if you have them, then you're going to want to get a group together to play them. So I can definitely see it being a thing in homeschool co-ops. I don't really want to have that line be really, really... Okay, there we go. Maybe it is a homeschool thing. The sun is down now and it's getting windy. I think we're gonna close the windows now. All right. Sadly, no more ambient noise. Handbells are pretty expensive. Okay, that makes sense then. I guess I was thinking like in comparison to a cello or something like that. Oh, brass ones? Yeah. We had handbells that were like little colored ones. Like these, obviously for kids. Yeah, that makes sense. I sit corrected. Sorry. Favorite random obscure instruments? Aw, hi, small child. Who needs to be saying hi to who? Set of handbells is $6,200. Dang. You could buy a used car, a pretty good used car with that. I was just thinking about the hurdy-gurdy. Yeah. I know next to nothing about it, but I know that it has a really funny name. I like the spoons. That's good. Oh no, now I'm thinking of the meme, is mayonnaise an instrument? Theremin! Heck yeah! Space music! Woo! I've heard that thing is actually really, really hard to play. The hurdy-gurdy is like a violin, but accordion about it. Nice. I don't know why. I don't know where the mayonnaise is an instrument thing comes from. I think it's SpongeBob. But I never watched SpongeBob, so I don't know. Yeah, playing the saw. The hand crank makes the bow drag along the strings inside the hurdy-gurdy, and pressing the keys changes the notes. Ooh. Really, anything could be an instrument and anything could be a weapon. True. Very true. I haven't heard of that, Mary. Therobo, no. What is that? Hurdy-gurdy just sounds like words I would use to mock someone. I cannot take it seriously and refuse to believe it's real. A therobo is a lute, but very long. Longer than you think it is. I'm Googling this now. Oh my. That is very long. Dude. It's got like... Yeah, you guys need to Google this now because this thing looks ridiculous. It's like they just stuck an additional... I swear I know what that part of it's called. Is that like the neck or something like that? They just stuck an additional one onto a perfectly good instrument. Longolus, but in lute form. Absolutely. It's like 10 feet long. Almost forgot. Mute. Theo Blorbo, yeah. Carnix, Sitar, Koto. That's a good question. How would you play? How would you play something that is longer than you are tall? What cute noise? Just my laugh? I mean, thank you, but... Guys, I lost the chat. What do you mean? What do you mean, Mary? What, was Lear in here? Uh-oh. Tried to open the stream on my computer and there is no chat. That's not good. I mean, we can see you. Effie! Dang it! Valkyrie says she ate the chat. Oh, okay. So you can see the chat when you're on your phone, but not when you're on the laptop. That's weird. Yeah, I wouldn't know how to help with that, because I can see it just fine on my laptop. Everyone's yelling at Effie for reminding us of the game. You guys saw that image that, like, Gent sent in memes the other day, right? As soon as I saw it, I had to show it to my siblings. It's like, if I have to suffer, I'm gonna make you guys suffer with me. You found the chat? Yay! Glad you're back, Mary. Yeah. You did actually name the horse Moonroof? That's awesome. It is cute. And now you will always have something by which to remember the Tom Bombabot shenanigans. Haven't caught him yet, but his name will be Moonroof. Gotcha. No. That's better, yeah. There we go. I shall have 5 horses, and their names will be Horpheus, Moonroof, Riz, Mary Cloppins, and like Gerald or something. Oh, I love that. Reading Tom Bombabot looks fine. Hearing someone say it, ma'am, are you having a stroke? It's a very fun thing to say. Bombabot. Love the little tufts of hair. Yeah. That's, okay, there's an anime term for that. Let me look this up because it's very close to a different anime word. Yeah, okay. I think it's pronounced ahoge, and it literally translates foolish hair. Refers to any noticeable strand of hair which sticks in a different direction from the rest of an anime/manga character's hair. And it's often like the playful characters that have the little bit of hair that sticks up and out in a way. But I just think it's really cute. And so all of the hobbits have it. And it just kind of makes their hair a little bit more visually interesting, I think. Behold the field in which I grow my Riz. Effie. Why did I opt to give Pippin freckles? It was... Let me see. I don't know. And I say I don't know because it just felt right. You know? First of all, I love freckles. I have freckles. And they're great. I love them. And... You know, playful... young characters often have freckles. And I knew I wanted to make him a redhead, because he's just got ginger energy. And so the combination of red hair and freckles just seemed to go together really naturally. And I was pleased to find out that canonically Pippin does come from the Fallowhides. So they're going to be the paler family of hobbits. So it's not hard to imagine that he is a ginger. Who, much like me, does not tan and instead just makes freckles and then burns. Apparently on my left shoulder I have freckles in the shape of big/little dipper. That's cool. You got little constellations on you, Valkyrie. Alright, well, that's the line art just about finished. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah! Oop, I forgot. I forgot the inner workings of Pippin's ear. Hang on. Hold on. Okay. Pink. There we go. Them boys! And just in time, too. I think the reading is going to start soon. I'm gonna keep drawing. I'm gonna keep the stream up, but I think I'll mute my microphone and be there for the reading with you guys. I think Windmill is sending messages about it now. Oh, thank you guys. Aw. Okay, bye, May. I'll still be here in a couple of hours, I'm sure, coloring this thing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bounded. Alright, I'm gonna keep coloring, but the microphone's gonna be muted, so you guys have a great time at the reading, and I'll probably be here when you get back. Oops. No. There it is. All right. Can you hear me? All right. Can you hear me? And that'll be the feedback from my laptop. That delay is crazy, but oh well. All right, you're all back. Hello, hello. Everybody sounded great. Love listening to you guys do the reading. I am heard, hooray. Yeah, I definitely didn't start out headcanoning Blonde Frodo, but when Tarva drew Blonde Frodo, I started to think like that it was a really cool and unique design. I feel like it's very elvish, you know? Makes him look really ethereal compared to the other hobbits. And still, like, obviously he has brown hair in the books. That's what's canon. We find out as much in the Bree chapter. And he's got brown hair in the movies, and I love that too. But Frodo with glasses has blonde hair. By the way, I figure you all would probably want to see good zoom out. Frodo's not allowed to be blonde anywhere else. I mean, he can only be blonde if he also has glasses. Yeah, that makes sense. It's the nerd Frodo design. Which brush I'm using? Syrup. Yeah, I think VV is probably a good shout. Frankie is Vivi and Vivi is Frankie. Gotcha. The caps lock. There we go. Heck yeah. Heck yeah, I'm on board. Every single Sam is a good Sam. Oh, Study's here. Hi. We're learning everyone's real names here. Oop. Weird. What happened there? Huh. Okay. We're learning everyone's real names except for the ones who are still going by pseudonyms. Hi. Yeah. Whoa, I looked away from the chat for just a little bit. Mary Elizabeth. Yeah. Mary Potash, son of Nebuchadnezzar. Heck yeah, Josh and the Big Wall. That's a good one. I can still hear the music in my head of when they're walking around the big wall and the slushies are falling down on them. Mary Poppins and the Big Wall. Go, wouldn't that be nice, though, if you could snap your fingers at chores and they would just be done? We're gonna have so much time to just do other things. Okay. I would love to snap my fingers at chores and have them be done. I'd also love to make medicine taste good. Yeah. And keep a whole lamp in my bag. Yeah. I mean, now we have flashlights on our phones, so that's kind of taken care of. But it's not quite as cool as having a lamp in your bag. Oh, Treasure has a funny story about the Slushy song. I need to know this now. Yeah. You think that walking round will bring this city to its knees? The awesome power of this wall we've clearly demonstrated. Ah! But out here in the hot, hot sun, perhaps you're dehydrated? This is why my memory is terrible, because I just have entire VeggieTales episodes just memorized. And they're taking up all that disk space in my head. I pitied him, Philippe. May we, Jean-Claude? May we? Would you like to join me in my irritating little song? It would be an honor. Keep walking, cause you won't knock down our wall. Keep walking, and so on and so forth. We've come full circle. We've officially started doing VeggieTales quotes on the live stream. Yep, found it. Yeah. Everything turns into VeggieTales. It's all VeggieTales. Always has been. I'm pretty sure a whole bunch of us are second generation Christian kids. And so a lot of us grew up with VeggieTales. It's up to you, Treasure, whether you want to share it here in the server. I will say that if you share it in the chat, I'm not sure it will still be there to be seen later. One of the live streams, the chat was still there, and then another, you could still access it when you're watching the video back later on, and then another one of them, the chat wasn't saved for some reason. So if you want us to still be able to read your story afterwards, you might want to post it on the server. But it's up to you. Kind of unavoidable with the amount of Christians and homeschoolers we have here. Yep, and homeschooled Christians. As in me. Oh, all the layers. Yeah, so, okay, at the moment, I've got 7. Let's make all of them go away real quick. Layer number 1 is obviously the base sketch. On top of that, I have the line art layer. Here, I'll make this go away so that you can see it. Underneath the line art layer, I have base colors. I made a separate layer for like the eye details. Currently, I only have Frodo and Sam's eyes. You can see the difference there. We also have the shadow layer, which is what I'm working on right now. The shadow layer kind of sounds like a realm in D&D or something. I put the line of the thing that they're sitting on a different layer just so that I can like adjust the background as needed. I do have this layer, which was because I couldn't decide the color of Pippin's pants, so I wanted to save the two colors in case I waffle on it later. That's not super important. I am probably using the layer for the eyes here is oops. Oh. I have more things to play with. Anyway, I'm probably going to use this layer for the eyes here when I put the wait a second, what did I do? Oh no. Where's the white? Come back. There it is. Okay. I'm probably going to use this one for putting the shadow on the skin because for most of the shadows here, this layer, literally I'm just coloring in black. You can see the color up that I'm coloring in up in the top right corner, but it's at 50% opacity, so it's partially see-through. If I went 100% opacity, it would look like that. 50%, it's just there. Yeah. So I can adjust how light or how dark I want the shadows. And for most things, like for the clothes and stuff, that works pretty well for the shadows. But when you're doing shadows on skin, that doesn't look quite as good. So I actually have built into the characters' color palettes, like what the shadows look like on their skin. For instance, Frodo's is that one. And then let's find Sam's. He's that one. And that has to do with like what kind of complexions they have. Sam has a generally more ruddy or sanguine expression, that complexion than Frodo does. Frodo is much more pale, and a little bit more yellowish undertones. Not very though, just a little bit more. So that's, I'm gonna have to color in the shadows on the skin later on. But right now I'm just working on general shadows, like on the clothes and the hair and stuff. Frodo's hair has to be colored differently. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4 colors here. Those are all like the different shades of Frodo's hair. His hair is going to be colored like his skin. His hair is going to be shadowed like his skin is shadowed. It's like different colors that I specifically picked out because he has to be extra. But anyway. So yeah, that's the long-winded answer to that. Catch up on chat again. Clicky homeschoolers are the worst, yes. Unfortunately, there were quite a lot of them in my old homeschool co-op when I was growing up. There's definitely a superiority complex, and I think I have a feeling it's because it actually comes out of the inferiority complex, because so many people are like, what, you're homeschooled that, or you're homeschooling your kids? You know, that's so weird. And so you have to, these poor homeschool moms have to convince themselves that they're right and it's their way of doing things, and everybody else is stupid and they have cracked the code of the right way to educate your children. And it's just like, or maybe just do what God tells you to do, you know. I've got plenty of friends who did just fine in public school or private schools. And I really think it comes down to, you know, the child and the school and how well they work together. I don't subscribe to the whole homeschool superiority thing. Although I do worry about the American education system. I'm not like, everyone needs to homeschool. No, not necessarily. Especially, like, I've learned a lot from watching you, actually, Mom Board. You know, your journey with a smaller child. And, you know, being able to get her the education that she needs. It's really given me a lot of perspective on things. So I appreciate that. The shadow layer sounds like you fell down a hole in a video game and have to do things in there. Yes, it does. I think that's a mechanic of Tears of the Kingdom, isn't it? Who is doing celebration emojis? That's a good question. I keep seeing those flying. Those are really nice. Frodo is translucent, yes. Frodo's the main character. He gets to be extra. It's fine. You have declared it so. Yeah, true. My sister went to public school till middle school and then switched to homeschool, and it worked so well for her. That's cool, yeah. I think they thought that I was getting turned into an atheist by going to public school in heathen New York. It's almost like education should be made to fit the child as best it can be, and sometimes it looks like public school, and sometimes it looks like homeschool or charter school. Yeah. Or private schools, or I'm sure there's lots and lots of options. Oh, Treasure's story. The long and short of it was just one time my friend and I burst out singing Keep Walking Out Loud. What program I'm using? This is Procreate. Let me see if it'll... No, there's nothing that says it. Oh, wait, yes, it does. There it is, up in the top left corner. Don't mind the other drawings on there. The program came loaded with like pre-made drawings to say, hey, this is what you can do using our program, and I just haven't deleted them yet, so they're just kind of sitting there in my gallery. The depths in Tears of the Kingdom, that's right. Neurospicy. I love that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I and some of my siblings are probably on the spectrum as well, and I feel like I flourished really well homeschooling, being able to set my own workload and not have distractions. Yeah, neurospicy. Love it. Your friends all laughed. Aw, Treasure. Learning to draw definitely takes time, and here's the thing. I don't sketch I don't sketch digitally. I tried drawing a face, like to just show a little kid how I would draw a face. And when I try to sketch digitally, it turns out like that. And I don't really like it. So I feel much more comfortable sketching traditionally and then bringing it into digital like this and coloring it that way. So in my experience, learning to draw, I would recommend doing it traditional. It also just hurts your eyes less. But everybody's going to be different. And, I mean, I don't see why you couldn't get the app and just fiddle around with it if you really want to. You don't have to, like, be a certain quality of artist to get Procreate, is, I guess, what I'm trying to say, Treasure. You can just do it. And yes, I am resisting the typical artist self-depreciation to say, you don't have to be a certain quality of artist in order to get Procreate. Look at me, you know. Church homework. What kind of church homework do you have, Mary? Is it like for a Bible study or something that you're doing? For your theology class. Cool. Well, now that you mention it, you might have talked about that in the server before. I'm starting to remember that. Trying to figure out how I feel about, like, Frodo and Mary having pretty much the exact same color of, like, these greens. Are they the same? Are these the same greens? Yes, that is the same green. I think I like it. I think it visually says that these two are close to each other. Like, they have a close relationship. Oh yeah, go get your laundry. Yay, Mr. Washboard's home! Momboard, say hi to Mr. Washboard for us. Tell him the crazy Lord of the Rings server says hi. They are the same green according to the Procreate app as well, so your untrained eye is correct. Wait, I can be even more professional about this. Hang on. 6A875E. 6A875E. Yep, exact same green. Gotta go eat dinner? Alright, have a good dinner, Boundin'. Aww. I think I love Smiley Mary nearly as much as Smiley Frodo. Yeah! They're both such serious boys. So to see them smile is really sweet. Oops. And I really love the still from the musical because it straight up looks like Pippin is just shoving Merry over so that she can bop Frodo on the shoulder, and that's really, really cute. So I wanted to do that as well. No. If you're not live streaming, do you listen to music or something else while you draw? Yeah, I watch Hermitcraft VODs. Anybody else here watch Hermitcraft? I hope I'm not alone. I really need to find people with whom I can gush about Hermitcraft because I just love it so much. It's my new fandom. There was a period where I listened to Jacksepticeye's Let's Plays while I would draw. I think it was his God of War playthrough. But yeah, Hermitcraft is great because it's Minecraft, and I love Minecraft, and they're all family friendly. And they're just fun. They just seem like a bunch of good people. And watching them do crazy things in Minecraft is really, really fun. I do not know Hermitcraft, but I can see I need to invite my friends from another server to gush with you. Aww! I'd appreciate that, Treasure. Is the server, like, about Hermitcraft, or the server's about something else and they just happen to be chatting about Hermitcraft as well? Because I would join a Hermitcraft server at this point. Like, not the Hermitcraft server, obviously, but like a server that of fans of Hermitcraft. It's a private server of friends, and sometimes they talk about Hermitcraft. Gotcha. Yeah, I like it. And having someone in the background talking about some project that they're working on, for some reason, makes me feel really motivated to work on my project as well. Makes me feel productive. I am unfortunately unenlightened on the matter still. Yeah, that's okay. There's a lot to jump into, especially since, like, Hermitcraft has been going for so long, and there are so many people on the server. Oops. Did I... Okay, there we go. Yeah, but there's just so many people. There's so much history. I remember before getting into it, I was like, this is so daunting. How much do I have to know to get into it? But they just started a new season recently. And they're definitely in jokes. They're obviously in jokes. But I feel like it's as good a time as ever to start, since they've started on a new world and things are just getting started now. That looks weird. Don't like that. That's better. Hi, Valkyrie. Laundry and dryer, homework submitted, let's party. Yeah! Let's see, when was Valkyrie last here? What did she miss? Oh. And by party, I mean go catch this future moon roof. Perry? Perry the platypus! Not sure how good that was. Anyway. I don't have that rasp that Dr. Doofenshmirtz does. Thank you guys. We share a brain cell. And that brain cell loves Phineas and Ferb. Where's Meg? Need to get Megan here so she can gush about Dan Poffenmeyer and his stuff. All right. Thank you, Valkyrie. I'm trying to remember what all we talked about since you were last here. I think there was a name conversation. I think we briefly discussed homeschooling. And then I gave a quick rundown on how many layers I have in this drawing and what their functions all are. I think that was just about it. We've just kind of been hanging out other than that. Little homeschooling, yep. Is this going to end up on Redbubble? I don't see why not. TBH, would absolutely buy the sticker myself and put it on my laptop. I can send it to you guys in the Discord if you want, but you probably already know what it looks like. I actually bought the sticker of Frodo giving Sam the forehead kiss, right before he leaves for Valinor. I bought that sticker and put it on my own laptop. So it's there. And this would be a good addition to it, I think. Hobbitcraft. You know what? One of the reasons I started watching it is because in season 7, 2 of the members made their starter bases as hobbit holes. And they're incredibly cute. So, yes. One of them also made a contraption to prank the other, which was like a dozen doors constantly opening and closing on a timer. And he called it the More Door. And that's the kind of thing, it's like you see Lord of the Rings references in the wild and you go, yo, that's that thing that I like. Still need to buy a mug for me, but you don't have your mug cabinet. That's okay, no rush. Aww. I'm on board. Man. Dude, that makes me feel like you took my drawings and put them up on your fridge. That's so sweet. That your laptop is covered in my stickers. My face is getting hot, but... Your dad might combust if you get any more mugs. That's right, you're a mug collector. Oops. No. I see what I'm doing wrong. There we go. The forehead kiss is also on your laptop. Aww. My brain just said Fellowship of the Forehead Kisses, and actually I think I love that. Like, let's just see how many of us have the forehead kiss sticker somewhere, laptop or otherwise, and we are the Fellowship of the Forehead Kisses. You don't have any Lady Glasses stickers? That's okay. They're available if you want them, and if not, there's no pressure. Literally, my relationship with the store is really weird, because the only reason I ever made it is because people asked me to, you know? This wasn't a thing that I ever did to make money. It was just something I did for fun. And then people were like, hey, is there anywhere we can buy your art? And I went, no, but I can arrange that. So, like, it feels weird to promote it, but at the same time, I want to have it available for anybody who does want it, you know? And I want it to be cheap, and I want it to be good products. I want it to be something that I would actually buy and put on my laptop. Which is why I started learning digital art. Your laptop has so many stickers, you had to move some to your sewing machine cover. Ooh. I keep finding like single pixels that didn't get properly filled in. Annoying. But that's okay. Like that one. Like that singular pixel that didn't get filled in. Okay. Aw. That's such a mood, though. Like, I don't have the problem with sketchbooks. I've heard that some people have problems with, like, not being able to fill sketchbooks. I don't really have that much of a problem, but journals. I get journals, especially hardcover ones, because I love them. And then I never write anything in them, because they're too pretty, and I don't want to ruin them. Okay, I know I gave Frodo grief for his hair earlier, but Pippin's hair might actually be the most extra. Just because of all the curls. So many notebooks that you haven't used that? Yup. Relatable. Aww. That is why I usually do not buy journals, but you colored that sketch because I said I would buy it and I was so freaking excited, so of course I had to buy it. Aww. Yeah, that's really the best thing for me, is just like seeing people excited about the things that I make. It's really fun. Oh, I'm just trying to think of things to talk about. Does anybody want to hear about my visit to the Kennedy Space Center? Because when my mom and I went on our trip, obviously we had the cruise from Miami to Jamaica and then the Bahamas and then back to Miami. But we also stayed a couple of nights up in Orlando. And didn't really have any interest in going to the amusement parks there because I'm not much of an amusement park person, but we did, well, I did, because she wasn't feeling well. I went to the Kennedy Space Center. So, would anybody want to hear about rockets? Okay, we have a yes. Awesome. And I'm glad the clock is soothing. I'm just going to get that out of the way. So, okay, Kennedy Space Center is about an hour's drive away from Orlando, and it's mostly interstate. So you're going in an almost straight line. It's kind of a diagonal line out to the coast, because the Space Center is sitting on an island off the coast of Florida, or it's a peninsula or something like that. You know, you have to cross a bridge to get to it. Definitely, like, it's my first time driving on the interstate out there. First time being in Florida, first time driving on the interstate out there. It was like, nerve-wracking. But it worked out just fine. My GPS wanted to take me on the long way, like 45 minutes out of my way across a different bridge than, like, the direct bridge. But I was like, but all these signs are telling me to go this way, to go to the Kennedy Space Center. And so I just followed the signs, and it turns out the reason it did that is because there was construction on the bridge. But it was one of those, like, two-way bridges, right? Like, there's 4 lanes going one direction and 4 lanes going the other direction. And they were only working on one side. And traffic was pretty sparse, and so I had plenty of room to go across on the side of the bridge that they were not doing construction. So you pull up, and you're following the signs to the Kennedy Space Center, right? There's markers around to tell you where to go. And as you're coming up to the Space Center, you're kind of approaching it. You're approaching the visitor center. Over the trees, the small beech trees in the distance, you see something orange and white peeking up above the trees. And as you get closer, you realize that's not a building. That's part of a rocket. And it's like, hang on. It's for I think, the new program that they're starting on, right? But you just see something that looks like this. And this part's orange, and the rest of it's white. Just beginning to emerge out of the trees. And I'm like, I'm driving, right? But I'm so excited that I have to pull my phone out and record this because, yo, that's a rocket. And then you drive up closer, you get to the part where they give you your parking pass and everything. And as you get closer, you see the teeny tiny peaks of even more rockets. Just out there, poking up above the visitor center. And by this point, I am very, very excited. So I park my car and I get out of the parking lot, walk over. And I go in through, through the main gate, get my ticket, go in. And that cluster of rockets that I could see, the smaller ones, is the Rocket Garden. They have a bunch of older models of rockets, not ones that have actually been to space, but the same models as the ones that have actually been to space. And they just have them positioned nose upwards. They're standing upwards in this concrete park. And you can walk around. There's a little over half a dozen of them. You can walk around and look at the rockets. And there are placards underneath that tell you what each rocket was associated with. And they just get bigger as you go until there's this huge one sitting horizontal behind all of them. And that's the Rocket Garden. There was a guided tour for the Rocket Garden later that afternoon. And so I was like, okay, what am I going to do next? What am I going to do with my time? And the first thing I thought is, okay, I'm going to take the bus tour, because I'd done a little research ahead of time. What do I want to do on this trip? Okay, I'll take the bus tour. The bus tour leaves the visitor center, goes down a road. They have information playing on screens inside the bus as they go. And they go past a big old square honkin' chonkin' thing of a building. And then they tell you, that big old square building over there is where they build the rockets. And they say the flag that's painted on the side of this building is the American flag, right? You picture what the American flag looks like. It is positioned like, you know how the American flag is normally, well, for lack of a better word, in landscape form, it's turned, right? So it's long ways vertically. And it's emblazoned on the side of this building. And each of the stripes on that American flag, this isn't even like covering the entire building. It covers maybe a fifth, maybe a quarter of the side of the building. Every single stripe on that flag is as wide as a road lane. And I think they said that the blue part of the flag is as big as a football field. And that's not, again, this flag is not even covering the whole building. It's only covering like maybe a quarter of the side of this building. And there are enormous doors all along the side of one of them, all traveling all the way up to the top of the building. And they said those are the biggest doors in the world. It takes like an hour, like 45 minutes to an hour to open all of these doors. Each segment, there are 7 segments in it. Each segment weighs however many tons. And the door can completely open and the rocket can come out vertically. They put it on a machine, and the machine slowly takes the rocket out, And you can imagine what this building must look like if a rocket can slide out of it. If a rocket can be positioned in it vertically, it is built vertically. And it is slid out of the building vertically. Insane. And the bus tour keeps going, and it takes you to a building at the end of the bus lane, where you go in, and they have presentations that tell you about the history of space travel, especially like the moon landings, you know, the Apollo missions and stuff like that. One of the coolest parts of that building, I think, is as you walk through, obviously there isn't just one theater. They have multiple theaters, and each show is maybe about 10 minutes because they want to keep moving the crowds through, right? They don't want everybody just stuck in one place. Now, one of the theaters that you go through, you go in and you sit down, and in front of you are what looks like a few, like 2 rows of old-timey computers, right? With headsets and all those, you know, really, really, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not retro. Analog. That's the word I'm looking for. Lots of analog switches, you know, like you would see in Star Trek and stuff like that. And what they tell you is, yeah, this is the building, and those are the computers which launched the Apollo missions. And they have turned this place into a theater with lights and sounds, and the seats shake underneath you, and they have retrofitted it so that they can recreate the moments before, like, one of the Apollo rockets launched. And they said, yes, though the launch pad for this rocket is 3 miles away. And that was the minimum safe distance away from this rocket, because if that thing exploded instead of going up, it would be with the force of a nuclear bomb. So minimum safe distance, 3 miles away. That's where this building is. That distance from the launch pad, which you could see from the bus lane, from the bus tour. By the way, we didn't drive up to it, but you could see it in the distance. And they go, and the diorama goes, and you can hear the sounds. You can hear like the radio communications that would have been going on that day. You can see like there are lights that shine down on the different computers that were in use that that different people were operating. And then, you know, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, and the seats start to shake underneath you. And I was like, yo. Imagine being in that room. If they're not making that up, if you literally could feel the seats, your chair shaking underneath you as that rocket powered up 3 miles away, yo. And then the rocket launches, right? And you can see the footage of people standing on the beach, watching this thing go up. And it's just a surreal experience. Like, when I say that you feel connected to like that piece of history, I don't say that lightly. Like, I mean that. There were other dioramas, other presentations in theaters and stuff like that in the Space Center that, you know, tried to capture similar things, but that for me was the moment that it was like, it was almost like you were there. It was almost like you were witnessing it. And I got chills. Just, oh, it was so cool. And then you walk through into the theater, and it opens up, and there's this huge room, and over your head, from one end of the room to the other, is the rocket that made it to the moon. Uh, well, and it's disassembled. It's in its different parts, and you can see all of the connections between each part on display over your head. And it is massive. Like, rockets are massive. They are the size of buildings. They are huge. And as you walk around underneath this rocket, there's all kinds of information about the Apollo missions and about the history behind the moon landings and stuff. There's another theater that you can go in, and it will tell you specifically about the moon landings, because the first one was just about the launch, and then there are other theaters that have to do with the moon landings and stuff like that. And that was definitely the best part. If you ever go to the Kennedy Space Center, high key recommend the bus tour, because that's history right there. And it tells you about NASA. It tells you about how they started, where all of that came from. And it's just cool, man. It's so cool. I walked away with so much more knowledge about I couldn't even absorb all of it. There was so much information about rockets and about the space program. Oh, but one of the most fun facts one of the best fun facts is why they launched from Florida. And it's because it's close to the equator. Like, it's the closest you can get to the equator in America. So that gives them the best momentum for the rocket launches, because of the way that the Earth spins. And I was like, I never would have thought about that. But yeah, they thought about everything. Washboard says, I've never been into that into the history of space exploration until recently, when I found out how many people think the moon landing wasn't real. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's right to be cautious about what the government tells you, but how can you fake that? And why sink so much money into faking that? But anyway, and now I want to know all the things about the moon landing. Yeah. And some of the theaters, they had recordings of the actual astronauts talking about their experiences. There was one, like, they had a hologram, and you could press buttons on the console in front of you, and the buttons were like various questions that you could ask the astronaut, because it was a hologram of one of the astronauts. Obviously, all of them are now old men, right? Because this happened a long time ago. But they'll tell you about their experiences. And, like, I didn't press a lot of the really technical buttons, but I did press the buttons that seemed fun. They took music up there. They were each allowed, like, I think it was like one... What was music stored on back then? Whatever it was, each of them were allowed one of them. And, like, talking about the different styles of music that each astronaut liked. And, like, yeah, the food was actually really good. We had fruitcake, you know? It wasn't just paste in tubes. Just little things like that. I love things that make you remember the, like, oh yeah, these were just real people. These were real dudes. These were guys who had trained, to be like test pilots, fighter pilots. And then just the way that the chips fell, they ended up being the ones to walk on the moon. Record cassettes? Yeah, I don't really remember. Space Fruitcake. Yeah, true story. That is if I'm remembering. 8 tracks maybe? Yeah. Somebody brought country. I remember that. Somebody brought country music. And it annoyed somebody else. Eight track would make sense, yeah. Definitely in the theater when they're talking about the moon landings, they had a recording of, I think it was Neil Armstrong, talking about his experience on the moon, and he said, like, turning around and looking at the Earth, and seeing, what no human being, seeing the Earth from a perspective that no human being had seen it before. Like, he looked at that, and he was just crying, quietly, in his spacesuit, looking down at that and looking at how beautiful it is, and wondering, like, how divided we all are. Just sitting on the same beautiful blue and green ball. And if only they could all see it from that perspective, then maybe things would be different. And I just thought, oh, man. You hear the emotion in his voice as he's saying that. He's just looking at that, and it's just tears falling in his space helmet. And it's like, ah. Oh. I love space. I'm not sure I would want to go into space, but I love space. It's just awesome display of God's creativity and power and beauty and all those things. The awe and wonder of seeing creation from such a new perspective is mind-boggling. Yeah, exactly. Oh, chills on my neck just thinking about it. I have no desire to go to space, but I don't think I could see what he saw and not start crying and singing How Great Thou Art. Same, Mom Board. Huge. Same. I think that was the best thing, was hearing just the humility and respect and awe in the voices of, like, all of the astronauts that they had interviewed. Because, yeah, they're just like, how can you not go up there and not realize, holy cow, I am so small. And our world is so beautiful and huge.
And the face that and the fact that the universe he made is so incredibly vast, and yet he cares about us so much anyways. He made us in his image, and he didn't have to do that. I love him, a freaking man. Let's just have church. Let's just have church here, y'all. You think about King David looking up at the stars back when there was no such thing as light pollution. And he could see all of them and just, wow. Yeah. Oops. The art live stream just turns into a worship live stream instead. Yeah, man. I would not be mad. I don't even want to move on now. There's lots of other things to see at the Space Center, but I don't even want to talk about them. I think that's the best thing that could be said. That space is awesome. And the God that made it is even more awesome. There's definitely a lot about, like, the future of space travel. Because the Kennedy Space Center is an active spaceport. Like, it's not an amusement park. They're building rockets there. And, they're just nice enough to give bus tours past where they're building rockets. And there are plans to go to Mars and things like that. But I was really more interested in the history of it. And, like, you know, the people that made it happen. And also just space. Toes. Yep, thank you, BB Toes. When you say you're interested in space, are you including rockets and space exploration in general, or more just looking at space? Yes. Because space is an incredible work of art. But so are rockets. And I love God's creativity, and I love human ingenuity. And I might not understand it, but I love looking at it and going, wow, that's cool. Because one of the things they mentioned is that a rocket is a machine, and like one of the most complicated machines ever built. Because it had to be. Like over 200 systems interlocking together in order to send people safely into space. And I don't know, something about the artwork behind that. People putting their brains together doing something amazing. The Kennedy Space Center is definitely like, it's NASA, so it's more about space exploration than about space, if that makes sense. It's a lot more about the rockets and what NASA has done. But that's cool. I like it. Oh, Steady has to go. All right, thank you for hanging out. Good to have you. Sometimes I wish my feet were hairy like a hobbit. It would solve some issues. Like, do your feet get cold? Poor circulation? You're always cold? Yeah. I guess that makes sense. Sometimes the slippers don't help. I'm really not sure because, like, when I did my Frodo cosplay ages and eons ago, I did, like, cut little bits off of the wig and glue it to my feet. And it really wasn't much. It feels a little bit weird because, you know, you're not used to that. I'm used to having that much hair on your feet. But after a little while, you don't really notice it. Definitely, if I could do that and then not have to wear shoes, I would absolutely do that. I think that'd be nice. Mom board is changing her mind. Okay, let's see. What was my reaction when they started landing rockets? Not really sure I understand your question, to be honest. Like, it's cool. And it's definitely like a fascinating piece of history that's really cool to look back on, and just the amount of work that had to go into it. Okay, well, Mary, you can cheat. You can cheat because you're doing the musical Hobbits and they have sandals. But I wanted to actually have hair on my feet. So, different strokes for different folks. Definitely if I was going to be like running around on a stage or something, then I would go sandals. But I was just in my yard, so barefoot was fine. Oh yeah, that's right. What? You don't want big silicone feet that took hours to get into? And were so annoying. Who was it? Who was it on Lord of the Rings that like kept track of how many times they had to put the feet on and then the feet weren't used? Was that Sean Astin? There was one of the hobbits that kept track of how many times they had to sit there for hours and put the hobbit feet on, and then the hobbit feet weren't even in shot. Just curious, since you had an interest in it, since it was a recent milestone in space exploration. Landing rockets. Like, as opposed to... Sorry, I'm still not sure I understand. Remind me to show y'all terrifying hobbit feet from the London musical. Post it. Post it in the Discord. I want to see this. I wanted to actually have hair on my feet. I did! And you know what? It looked great. I actually had some pictures of it. When they started landing the stages of the rockets and reusing them. Oh. I actually hadn't heard about that. That was probably mentioned in one of the more recent... maybe that was mentioned in one of the theaters that I didn't quite go to. What's the significance of that? Because it sounds like... It sounds like it would make less waste. Which is always a plus. Because I know in a lot of... in all the older launches... Once a part was done and discarded, it would just disconnect from the rocket and then like fall into the ocean somewhere. Now they're able to land them on barges or launch pads, make sure they're in good working order, and then reuse them, which saves time and money. Yo, that's actually really cool. And definitely if they intend to make like all those hundreds of launches to Mars like they're planning on, that's definitely going to be really important, like the reusability. Louis' lotion sock tweet feels like it would be applicable now. Yeah, I'm with Valkyrie. What is that about, Mary? Sorry. Is that the like put lotion on your feet and then put them in socks and let them marinate? I seem to remember something about that. Which is very, very cursed. No. Okay. One time Louis Mescal tweeted, putting lotion on your feet and letting them marinate in your socks is such a vibe. Yeah, I'm starting to remember that now. It's as bad as wet socks, though. We're right back to the pool socks thing. It's pool socks again. Does this mean that Lady Glasses has just been hopping on the feet jokes train for no reason, just because? I mean, the reason is it's funny. And when you're in a fandom with hobbits, I mean, the discussion of feet's going to come up at some point. Good old socks in the pool. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Washboard would do the lotion socks. As long as she doesn't have to walk in them. That does kind of make sense. I'm just not sure I would want to feel my socks go squish. You know what I mean? That doesn't seem pleasant. What about wearing socks to sleep? I personally don't. I overheat too easy. Well, like, there's nothing wrong with it. Especially if you need the extra help to keep warm. Toe wedgies. Yep. Or like the socks sliding down and getting all scrunched on your ankles. This conversation is getting stranger and stranger. Hey! It was gonna happen at some point. We can't all be civilized for that long. That's not how the server works. Toe wedgies is cursed. I can feel the phrase and it's gross. Yes. Yeah. It's like, you're right, but don't ever say that again. This is what happens when you aren't strangers. Yeah. When you've got your friend group and you're just comfortable with them and you can be weird together. Or when you put on a boot that's too tight and the socks pull all of your foot back. Unpleasant. No. Okay, I think that's good. I can finally stop staring at Mary's feet and move on to something else. Yay! Do I have a main quest to accomplish here in Breath of the Wild? Yes. Is that completely being possible? I get myself a nice little house. Also, yes. Aww. Yeah, you get that house, Mary. For Pippin being the hobbit I think of the least. So sure get excited when you're working on him. Aww. He's so much fun to draw. I mean, who doesn't love Pippin? He's great. Chaotic. Little turd. Always lets you know when you didn't close the shape. I don't think Sauron or Saruman care for Pippin. Yeah, you're right. I mean, after Pippin butt dialed Sauron that one time with the Palantir. Probably pretty annoyed at him. It is nice of it to let me know when I haven't closed the shape properly, but it lets me know by filling the entire canvas with the color. So it's like, ah! No! You get back in the lines. Where you belong. That was probably the most bizarre Zoom call of Sauron's life. For a second there, I forgot you're playing a game, Mary, and was very confused. Valkyrie knows what you're talking about, though. One of my favorite LTR memes of all time is any variation of Sauron being excited to know everything Pippin knows and Pippin knowing Jack Squat. Yes, I've seen that one. That one's awesome. Like, the swearing is unfortunate, but yes, that post is hilarious. Bad news. Sauron knows everything Pippin knows. Good news. Pippin knows nothing at all. Alright, treasure. Good night. Thanks for coming out. Bye, Vivi. Aw, treasure. So sweet. Valkyrie, your siblings are hilarious. There we go. What would you change the emoji to? If not the unicorn. Oh. Now I'm very curious to know the meaning behind those emojis. Bombard says, I do love that you give the hobbits a mop of hair on their feet. No thin, wispy foot fur for these lads. Yeah! I am pretty sure Tarva and I, like, Tarva's had a rant about how dumb the thin hobbit hair in the movies is. Because, like, Tolkien explicitly says, it is almost as thick as the hair on their heads. So they get hecka fur. Okay. Ah, Pippin's shirt. That's what I'm forgetting. All right. Which shadow do I want to use? That one. We call her Tea a lot, and she really likes avocados. Ah, that makes sense. Well, personally, I think the avocado is very funny. But it's up to you which one you want to do, or the, or if you want to stick with the unicorn one. Oh, thank you, Mom Board. You originally used a unicorn because she had a huge unicorn plushie. That makes sense as well. I was gonna talk about my gigantic horse plushie, which I have named Tiny, but I'm pretty sure you guys have seen that in the pictures that I've sent. Avocados taste like wet, moldy tennis balls. Changed my mind. Thank you, Mom Board. I thought I was the only one that didn't like avocado. It tastes like grass. Slimy grass. And look, so since I started my Krav Maga classes, I've needed, like, that's a lot more exercise that I had been doing, and so my doctor said that I needed, like, more energy, right? And so he said, okay, you're gonna need more protein, you know, to build up the muscles, and you're gonna need, and that's gonna, like, cut down to muscle pain, if your muscles have enough protein to build themselves up. And you're going to need more fats. You're going to need tree nuts. You're going to need, tree nut butters have a lot of good fats in them. Not peanut butter. Tree nut butters. And, what else? It was like, coconut oil. And, like salmon. Salmon's really good. And avocados. And I went, I don't like avocados. They just taste like nothing, and the texture is no. But I was like, all right, fine. I'll try it. And I actually figured out how to make a bacon avocado sandwich that doesn't suck. Like, and if a non-avocado person like me is saying that it doesn't suck, then that's actually pretty good. You used to love inhale guacamole, but you don't want anything to do with it anymore. I mean, palates change, so yeah, that makes sense. Normally it goes the other way, like, you didn't like something as a kid and then you develop a taste for it as an adult, but it can go. It can do that as well. Coconut oil is neat. I generally don't like the taste of coconut unless it's fresh. I did get some just banging, excellent coconut. Like when I visited my family in Asia, because they live close to the equator, so that's a good place for growing coconuts. You think a lot of it is the texture? Yeah. Yeah. Avocado definitely has a weird texture. So what you have to do is, like, disguise it. Because the bacon avocado sandwich that doesn't suck is, like, you toast the bread, and then you take the avocado paste, because my mom bought, like, some individually wrapped avocado paste, but you could also just get an avocado. Like, it is paste-like. If it is ripe, it is paste-like pretty much as soon as you open it. But you put the avocado paste on the toasted bread, or one side of the toasted bread, and then you put on deli turkey and deli ham and nice crispy bacon, and then you put the other piece of toasted bread on top. And you're very, very careful to eat it bacon side up, because that way you taste the bacon and you don't taste the avocado. And, oh yeah, and salt and peppering the avocado helps too. That was the way that I figured out. As long as it's nice, fresh bread, and it's good bacon. And you can disguise the fact that there is avocado in there, then it actually doesn't suck. Not a huge fan of bacon either. Huh. I don't think I've ever met anyone before who wasn't a huge fan of bacon. I would get offended, but like, more for me. Yep, more for me. I love bacon. Smaller child does not, but then again, she doesn't like anything that isn't an apple or bologna. Those are her two and only food groups. I guess that makes sense. Like, she knows that those two foods are safe and she likes them. And apples and bologna have a really nice, like, consistent texture, yeah? That was always a problem for me when I was a kid, was texture. And it kind of still is, but I've grown out of it a little bit. I just received the most tender banishment to the couch for the night that I think anyone has ever received. Oh yeah? Is that a Mr. Washboard special? Apparently Mr. Washboard doesn't want to share my throat germ things and my stomach germ things. Aww. Sharing is caring, unless it's germs. There we go. Let's see, do I want... see a darker shade? Or do I want to go get that blue again? But I thought sharing is caring, period. You let us know next time you give someone a cold, tell us if they appreciate it or not. More green or more like yellow? I love you so much, but you can't sleep here. Very gentle, mean girl. You can't sit with us vibes. That's too funny. You don't give colds, you get colds. Ah, gotcha. Oh yeah, Frodo's hair. 'Cause it's gotta be extra like that. I say as if I didn't do this to myself. No. I love him too, Mom Board. He's our special boy. I also really like that Merry, Frodo, and Pippin all have like pointed noses and Sam's is round. Yeah! Shape language. And also Sam isn't related to them, and so... I think all of the gentle hobbits have some genes in common. Like the narrower noses. Because Mary's is a little bit more short, but still pointy. Frodo's is longer and pointy, and then Pippin's is shorter but turned upwards. But it's all kind of the same triangle shape. Familial resemblance makes me go crazy? Heck yeah. Fellow Hyde versus Harfoot, yep. Now, it is the Brandy Bucks that have some Harfoot in them, though, right? So it would make sense that, like, really, really distantly, like, Sam's nose is a little bit shorter. It's not as long as Frodo's. Sam and Mary also have really similar hair the way I draw it. And then you have to answer the question, is it just me being lazy? Or is it intentional character design? And usually the answer is yes. The stores will settle around Buckland by Run. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the stores. Yeah. Mary's skin is darker because he spends more time outside. Yes, that one was actually intentional. I can say that for sure. Once again, I wanted to give him an aesthetic, sort of a design that implies that he goes fishing. Whoops. Uh-oh. What have I done? Ah, that's not too bad. I can fix that. But yes, he's meant to look like he spends a lot of time in boats. One of the earliest text posts I wrote, actually, was like describing the differences between Frodo's hands and Sam's hands. Because I described Frodo as having really delicate, long fingers, long narrow fingers like artist's hands, and then Sam's hands are stronger and thicker, and obviously have a little bit more fat on them, are just used to hard work, and so they're going to be more calloused. And then somebody asked like, what do you think is the difference between Merry and Pippin's hands? And I was like, oh, that's a great question. And I said, yeah, I definitely think Merry has more of a tan from being outside, and his hands are stronger and more square. And I think Pippin has very delicate little hands, aristocrat kind of hands. But his nails are always chipped because he goes out on adventures and runs around in the forest and does tookish things like that. And then he always chips his nails and gets dirt under them, stuff like that. And also they are covered with freckles and occasionally sunburn. Oopsie. Go away. Yes. There. Does he burn like my dad? Yes. Valkyrie's lobster dad. I think that was one of the first, like, not really running jokes, but almost. Like, one of the funniest things that I remember from the really early days of the server was laughing over, like, how bad your dad sunburns. And this is why Frodo is extra. Because he has not one, but two different shadow colors in his hair. Yeah, I did write a post about Pippin often sunburning, yes. And how his skin developing more of a tan was sort of tracking his character growth. And bravery and hardiness and all those sorts of things. And the thing is, Dad could avoid sunburns if he put sunscreen on. He got burned super bad when he was in the Marines, and Mom cooked cucumbers on his back to try and help him. He hasn't learned from that. And if he does put it on, it doesn't reapply. Oh no. Ooh, I once got burned so badly my eyes swelled shut and I looked like I came out the wrong end of a fist fight. Holy cow. How do I do Frodo's hair now? I have to go check this now. Ah, yeah, that's right. Okay. When I did my Make-A-Wish trip, there was a family that didn't put more sunscreen on. My mom warned them that they didn't, they'd start peeling. Guess what happened? Oh no. My Russian espionage Frodo looks like your Frodo, and watching you bring him life to colors making me want to go right fic. Hey, do it! You keep talking about this Russian espionage Frodo, and it just makes me more curious about it. And then you go, nah, it only exists in my head, and I'm like, but I want to read it. Yeah, Valkyrie, write your fics. Write your fanfic. I will always champion just doing the stuff. Because no matter what, it's a learning experience. You develop great skills and you have fun doing it. It exists in fic form, like 90k words of it. But oh wow, okay. Well, yeah, that's your right. You don't you don't have to show it to anybody. But also, I'm really curious about it. So if you ever change your mind, you have at least one person who'd be very eager to read it. Oh yeah, your The Great Big. You're talking about the Great Big AU, where you've got like ships for everybody, Valkyrie. Do I? Mm-hmm. Hmm. Oh yeah, the Guardians. Yep, yep. Not everyone shipped, just a lot of them. Well, you could have fooled me. It looked like a pretty long list. There we go. Okay, I figured it out. We're fine. We're good. There's a lot of characters. Yeah, I'll bet. Just from looking at the lists that you sent, it was like, yo, this thing is huge. Right, and now I gotta do the same thing down here. I remember you asking once if Legolas and his Jewish bear wife should give their kids Hebrew names, and it was just an insane thing to read. That's definitely like r/brand new sentence. Hi, Mary. Mary's going to bed. All right. Thanks for hanging out, Mary. Sleep well. Bye. So Valkyrie, the Guardians are like the people who get isekai'd in to Middle Earth, right? They're like normal people who yeah, I don't have a better word for that, who get isekai'd to Middle Earth. Yeah, gotcha. And then they get assigned a person to guard. Yeah, that makes sense. It will definitely be nice for Pippin to have a friend. You know, especially when he gets separated from Mary. Aw, thank you, Mumboard. Definitely the digital stuff takes a lot more time than the traditional stuff does, but they're both kind of time consuming. But I really love doing it. And I would be doing it for fun regardless. So it's just nice to be able to share it with you guys. Aw, thanks, Valkyrie. Mary has a guardian too, yeah. What kind of guardian does he get? Because, like, Mary definitely seems like a take charge kind of guy, but he's also very willing to work with others. Let's see. What else? What else? Oh, when did those happen? Frodo doesn't have moles. Okay. Okay. I think. I think it is freckle time. Mary's guardian wants to chill. He's an old man. Nice. That makes sense, because, like, Mary bonded with Theoden so quickly. He's good with the dad figures. Whoops. Need to write about Mary's relationship with his own dad. Is it a good father-son dynamic? Not so good, and that's why it latches onto the hidden so quick. Oh. Good question. I mean, I really want to believe that Saradoc was a good guy. Mostly because, like, he would have been one of Frodo's father figures as well. You know? But then again, Frodo doesn't really keep in touch with the Brandybucks all that much, aside from Mary. So that's not really a good sign. Even with good dads, you can have other father figures in your life. I have 7 godfathers. Yeah, that's true, and that's really cool, Valkyrie. And that's the thing, right? Like, you can either see Mary latching onto Theoden as, like, a trauma response of, you know, oh, finally, you know, a father figure in my life who pays attention to me. Or you can see it as something positive, that Mary is like, oh, you remind me of my own father, so I find it easy to trust you. Because sometimes people who didn't have good dads will find it really difficult to trust male authority figures in their lives because they think that person's going to be like their dad. So it could really go both ways. Sarah Doc was called Scattergold. She was very generous at the very least. Yeah. He wasn't stingy with his money. So you would hope that he wasn't stingy with, like, his time and affection either. And the thing is, Mary's very smart, right? He's really smart. He's really generous. He's the guy who organizes the conspiracy and has the means. Like, he's got the ponies and he's got the baggage carts and he helps Frodo get the house and all those sorts of things. So either he had a really good tutor to help him learn all this kind of stuff, or he learned it from his dad. And his dad is head of the Brandybucks, right? So it kind of makes sense that he would learn it from him. Here's how to be a leader. The administrative side of things. Kind of sad that Pippin ended up with Denethor if Paladin isn't a good dad, isn't it? Like, it just went from one to another. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, I'm just saying, like, oof, you know? At the very least, he'd relate to Faramir, right? Be like, bro, I get it. Okay, boy has been freckled. Saradoc is good dad and is Kenna now? Yeah, let's go. Okay. What else? I now have a freckle layer. Let's see all of Pippin there. Okay. Lock you. The only 2 little bits of black shading that I do on skin is like the inner ear and under the jaw. Because those are like where the strongest shadows are. Okay. Oh, yeah. I think. There we go. Sam is so cute, especially after looking at Pippin all the sharp angles Sam's around. This is just comforting and sweet. Aww. I can't keep saying thank you, Mom Board, every 10 seconds. But yeah, definitely with the shape language of the boys. Like, Sam is... Oop. Yeah, why not? Sam is like circles, and then Frodo is like rectangles, and Merry is squares, and then Pippin is triangles. Frodo's got a little bit of circles to him too as well. He's multifaceted. This boy can fit so much shape language in him. Okay. Do I want to make a platform where they're all sitting? Or do I just want to call it for the night? Okay. Nope. Got a 10-second countdown between thank yous. Oh, I should be thanking Mom Board every 5 seconds. Or every 2 seconds, or every 1 second. Wait. Whoa. There we go. No such thing as far too much gratitude. All right. Get some sleep, Mom Board. Thanks so much for coming out. Sleep well. Yes, feats. See, definitely. Trying to decide if I want to mimic the kind of general lighting that the musical had. Other way around. Gold for the whole thing. Purple in the middle. No. No. Nope. 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 I think this is good enough. There they are. Alright, well, I guess that's it for the night. To Valkyrie and whoever else it is that's watching. That might actually be me on my laptop, I'm not really sure. But thank you very much for coming and hanging out, and thanks for everything. For the server and for making it what it is. I mean, it sounds cheesy, but also self-evident, I think, that it would not be the same without all the cool people like you that are on it. So, everybody have a good night. And, yeah, happy birthday to us.